Welcome. I hope you're doing good. It's Friday, and that means stream time. Welcome. Something tells me, Greedo and Sefia, you guys were having a chat earlier. Or you were on a different stream or something. Anyways, little change from the last few weeks. I was working on something yesterday, and I want to work on that today. So that's what we're gonna do. And I hope it's gonna turn out nice, and it's gonna be chill stream. You were, yeah. I had a feeling. Still a bit bright in here, but it's getting darker, so we can turn the nice lights on in just a bit. Maybe I should. One moment. We'll just do that for a bit. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Should be better. You knew you would meet again. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. Let's see. So today we are in E minor. I have a bit of a drop sketch, like a 16-bar thing. I'll show you in a bit, but I need to quickly recalibrate myself because I was listening to a couple of tunes before the stream. So we're in that kind of thing. We zijn stamgasten. Okay, that should do. I mean, we should all be pretty close. The Netherlands ain't that big, and the surrounding countries are pretty close. So, yeah, that happens quite quickly. Anyways, I got a little bit of a sketch thing here of something that I started yesterday. It's kind of a groove, and it's a bit of a, I don't know, maybe a bit of a roller kind of thing. It has only one bass line, or one bass patch, and that just extends all the way through, and then there's some automation on that, and I think this patch is just gonna be throughout the entire drop. I don't even think there has to be much else in terms of bass. Maybe one extra little thing somewhere just to change it up, but I don't think we need much more than this. So I'll just quickly play this, and maybe I'll break it down later if you guys want. But yeah, this is what we have so far. Louder. Yeah, that makes sense then. So that's basically it. The drums definitely could use some work. And bass is already getting there, I think. I don't think it needs much more. Like I definitely want to think about how I can sort of like build this out. I think definitely there's a couple of things here. Like for instance, the shakers are probably not going to be there in the first section of the drop. So then it'll sound different. Let's see what we get then. And I'm also not too sure about these Foley heads. I think they use up too much space in the mix. And I think we can go for something a bit cleaner. Or something just, or maybe just take them out. I don't know yet, but we'll see. See, especially if we take the shakers out, then let's see if we have just this. A lot more minimal and definitely needs something, but maybe just some cleaner heads will work. This kind of sounds pretty cool too, without those Foley heads. And we can probably maybe start with a cleaner version of this bass without the pitch bends maybe. For like the first 16th, or maybe the first 8. Maybe that's a bit weird. Maybe the first 16th without the pitch bends, and then have in the second 16th we bring the pitch bends in, and then maybe in the third 16th the pitch bends go higher, or something like that, or we change it up a little, the groove, something like that. Maybe introduce a little lead thing on top, or a little plug thing that gets automated in, and follows the pitch bends or something. You know, something like that. I don't know. It doesn't need much in terms of like... Well, maybe it can have some chords in the intro, but we'll see. We'll see. For now, this is kind of what I ended up with yesterday, and I was kind of like, oh, I kind of like this. So maybe change the distortion type. I mean, the distortion, I don't know. I think it's pretty okay already. Anyways, you're gonna laugh if you hear just a patch of the bass, because it's really the processing that makes the patch. Honestly, if I turn all the processing off, it sounds so fucking weird. Or it's just basically a detuned saw with a filter. It's actually really wide. So I didn't really take any mono compatibility into account with this one, because I wanted to have width in this one, but I do, well, I did have draw it quite a bit, because if you look at it here at the top, there's no weird stereo widening happening in low end. Only on when the filter opens up it kind of gets a bit wider, because the filter opens up and there's more width in the middle frequencies and in the high end, but see, that's where you get some stuff coming in. So what do you want? Do you want me to quickly break this one down, this bass? Or do you just want me to go on and kind of immediately just go and make this into a longer thing? Because we can quickly break it down if you want. Yes. I knew it was gonna be yes, but keep going. Yeah, exactly. It's good that it gets a bit wider when you open the filter, but that's just naturally happening because well, I guess I have to explain it now. Let's just turn the processing off. Except the utility, because that one just makes it louder. And I'll turn the sidechain off as well, so that we just have the bass. So it really is just a saw with a filter, and that's basically it. There's a little bit of effects here, but I'm not even sure how much those do. They probably do a bit, but you can already hear that's the sound that the bass has in the end as well. So I locked the phase of these 7 voices so that every time it triggers, it is the same. And there are, if we go into the MIDI, there are a few points where I deliberately added a little gap in between this note and the next note so that it has that time to basically go down all the way to silence and then re-trigger. If you have the notes touching each other, well, Serum is just like, yo, there's a release, and that release bleeds into the next note, so I'm gonna treat it as a glide, basically. It doesn't treat it as a glide because it won't add the glide in between the notes, but the voices will actually not re-trigger if you do that. So the voices will be treated as if it's playing legato. So to make sure that it actually re-triggers, there's a gap here, and I think one here, which is even bigger for some reason. I think I just wanted a little bigger gap there, and there's one at the end here as well, which makes sure that, you know, those notes can re-trigger. And that way, even though we have this really wide thing going on, and there's a lot of low end in the sides, it is the same every time, right? So it is a little bit consistent, and that will help to make things work. So we have this. Well, we have a bunch of things happening on here. Let's see. We're mostly using this LFO and this key tracking. So let me. Oh, this bypassed for some reason. Not sure why, but okay. So I'm key tracking the filter here. I could have done it with this, but I wanted to give it my own custom range. Plus, I wanted to control the amount of key tracking. So if we go in here, you can see that the key tracking in the first lane here is controlled by macro 1. So macro 1 controls the key tracking amount, and I've mapped that to a macro down there. Which I could automate. I haven't done so yet. And then there's also a filter being controlled by macro 2, which is that there. That's doing the automation. And we can see that here. So you can see I'm automating the low pass filter here. And that's just doing that. So I actually had it all the way down at first, but I added this little thing on every sort of like 2 bars, because it's a 2-bar pattern that repeats every time. And I just added that little automation because it just made it, I don't know, it opened it up a little bit on the higher notes, which kind of fitted in the groove of the thing with the drums together. So it made sense. But I did a lot of these things after I did all the effects and all the other things. Same for like this LFO. I added that basically yesterday in the session, just to give it a bit more groove. So I had like, if we just bypass these ones as well, it used to just sound like this. That's what I had for the most part. So if we just start going through the effects, and then we'll add that thing back. So I started with some reverb. Pretty subtle. Just Valhalla Vintage Verb. We're using the Palace mode, which is, I think, already is a larger space, right? It's simulating the space of a big palace. So I brought the decay time down a lot. But you can hear, if we listen to the reverb, it's still quite a long reverb. See? Even though it's at below 1 second, it's definitely longer than a second. So that's kind of a cool mode. I think it's one of the last modes that they added, by the way. So if you don't have this one, make sure to update, because they do add some new modes every once in a while. And this one is actually really nice. They also added these other ones recently, which are pretty cool. Except one thing I've been having with the Hall 1984 is that it sometimes creates weird bursts of audio, just randomly. And especially if you have a long processing chain, that can just create all kinds of weird shit, which can also be cool, but sometimes can be really annoying. I'm not sure why it does that, but maybe that's just a bug. I don't know. That's that. Just brought the high shelf up quite a bit, because otherwise it's gonna sound really dark. So that's just taking care of that. And that's basically it. It's just running parallel with a dry chain. And then there's some EQ on that reverb. Make sure that there's no low end in it. Even though there's still low end in the sides at the moment, but... Did I make it narrower inside of here? Oh, I did. So I did make this narrower inside of Serum, and there's some automation on it, it seems. Oh yeah, so the key tracking is also on the width here. So on the high notes, the voices get a bit wider of the unison. thought it sounded cool, so I guess that's what I did. Doesn't really make too much, well, it doesn't change too much, but it does sound kind of cool. A little bit of erosion, which you probably can't really hear much because I did that later, but oh yeah, you can hear it at the start of the first note. Just adds a little bit of noise. Then we go into a thermal, which just oh, it's just a custom patch actually. It's just a light shaper with one just on the entire sound, and I'm using a phaser in here, just very low mix. So that adds actually quite a bit of distortion to the sound. Did I already turn the ones on here? No, I didn't. Let's turn these on as well before we do anything. So inside Serum, there's a few effects I add as well. I forgot these. We got a compressor. Not a multiband, just a regular compressor, just boosting the gain a little, and I think I tweaked the threshold a tiny bit. Not really doing much. It's mostly just boosting the gain a bit. A little bit of hyper. I don't even know. That's so subtle, you probably don't even hear that. It's like at 9% or something, so... same for this chorus, it's really low mix, so it probably doesn't really matter. Just make sure that you click this, so that's not on low pass, but on high pass, so it's only adding the chorus to the higher frequencies. But... like, that's so subtle, I don't really hear much of a difference. A little bit of tube distortion in here. And an EQ that seems to not do anything yet, because that was connected to here. But I'll come back to that after the effects here. So yeah, that's that for thermal. Then we get some mid-side EQ, so now we're starting to control that width in the sides. See? Here it's really wide in the sides. Now it isn't. Then we get some OTT. Really low mix, or really low amount, I should say. There's also 4 EQs here in a row. Don't mind that. There used to be effects in between. I think Roar used to be in between some of these EQs, and the Thermal used to be in between somewhere there as well. But I've moved everything around when I made the whole thing, and when I was playing around with it. So that's how I ended up with 4 EQs in a row. Who the fuck cares? I don't know. But we've got Roar. This one is actually quite interesting. I'm using the mid-side mode on Roar. So we're distorting the mids and the sides separately from each other. So you can hear it brings up the sides a bit. So that's without. And then this is with. Like on the pitch bend, you can hear that the sides just get a bit, I don't know, a bit louder. Tube distortion on the diode distortion on the mids and tube distortion on the sides. A little bit more aggressive on the sides as well. That's why they get a bit louder. And then the dry wet is down to 40%. So then we get the 4 EQs. No, Roar is a new distortion that Ableton added with Live 12 what was it? Live 12, I guess? It's quite nice actually, because you can open it up and it has all these other things. And it's basically just, it came at exactly the right moment, because Isotope was like, yo, we're releasing the new trash, and it was absolutely fucking trash. And Ableton was like, yo, hold my fucking beer and release this. And it's basically just kind of like Trash 2 with a few lesser modes, I guess. It would be nice if we would have like a custom shape thing. That would be really cool, because then you can create almost any shape. But you know, you can't have everything. Yeah, the new trash is just, I'm sorry, but I guess it's a trash for toddlers, basically. It looks like it, and, well, it kind of has the features of it as well. It's kind of like a dumbed down version of the old trash, which makes no sense to me. But that aside, Roar is actually really nice. I've been using this a ton. There's a couple of weird things with it, where I think that's just because of the distortion stuff, and, you know, Trash did the same thing, where it sometimes would give, like, crackling and stuff like that, but, you know, you get that with distortion, right? It's distortion, so come on. But this one is actually pretty nice. It has a couple of interesting things, like the feedback mode, which I haven't really used a lot yet, but it sounds really cool, so probably should. And just some other things that are pretty nice, plus the built-in modulation is really helpful. Like, you can modulate everything, basically. So that's quite helpful. Quite cool. Yo, Bacon! So, yeah, now we get the 4 EQs. Like I said, there used to be a different order of effects in this chain, but now we have 4 EQs in a row. Technically 5, because autofilters, these EQs are kind of like filters, and autofilters also filters, so we've got 5 filters in a row. Whatever. First one, taking down the 1K area a bit. I'm too lazy to consolidate these into one EQ shape. I just can't. So we'll just stack them. Then we shape the low end a bit, taking down a bit of the 100 Hz and boosting a bit of the sub. Which is pretty subtle, but I guess I did that when I had the drums playing and everything. Then we have another mid-side EQ. So this one is just shaping, I guess it's doing this again in the mid channel. Kind of doing the exact same thing. Okay. And then in the side channel it just brings this area down a bit. Even though I made it louder with Roar before, but, you know, Roar is just also adding a few harmonics and a bit of distortion, so it just saturates it a bit, and then because of that it got louder, and then this kind of controls it a bit again. And then we have another one taking down this area a bit. I did not sign up for the beta. No, I'll just wait until it comes out. This autofilter is just a high pass that comes in at the end here. The on-off switch is also mapped to a macro, and it's basically just I map the. I probably should explain why I do this. When you, I guess we can't do that now because it's mapped. But when you have a high pass filter and it's all the way down at 26 Hz, and it's just turned on and it's just sitting there, you're not really using it at the moment, but it's turned on. It will affect the phase of the sub, of the low end. And it can actually increase the gain, increase the loudness of the low end, and make things just a pain to mix sometimes, or it just can make the low end just stick out too much, which then means you're gonna have to make it quieter, blah, 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 blah. So instead, I just map the frequency to a macro, so I can, you know, high pass the sound when I want to and automate that. But then I also map the on-off switch of this device, and then in the mapping, I'll just switch myself to the other side. In the mapping, you can see I've changed the device on here to 1 to 27 instead of 0 to 27. So that means that at 1, so when we move this macro up a tiny little bit, it turns on the device, and it also starts moving the filter cutoff. So this device is literally only turned on when the high pass is being used, and when it's not, well, when the high pass is not at 0, I should say, or 26 Hz in this case. But when it's all the way down, it's just always turned off, and that's just doing that. So it's only used here. See, it turns on and then back off, and that will kind of help to make that a little bit cleaner. So then we have one final multiband dynamics, which is just compressing the whole thing. And I'm kind of not entirely sure yet if this is the right amount. I might tweak this later, but for now it does the job of making everything a bit, you know, more controlled. And then there's one EQ, that's a very subtle EQ. Taking down that pesky 100 Hz area one tiny bit more. Because as you can see, it has been bugging me quite a bit. You can see that area has been tried to control quite a few times in this chain. Here, of course, with the mid-side stuff. So, yeah. But, like, this is I guess a lot of these effects aren't really doing too much to the sound, right? Because the tone of the sound is still the same at this point. It's just a little bit more saturated, a bit louder, and a bit more squashed. But the entire tone of the sound is still there. It's just that detuned Sol, Reese kind of sound. But by saturating it and really doing quite a few multi-band things, where we sort of like give the mids a bit more compression, or the high end, like this multi-band dynamics is bringing up the high end quite a bit here, and it's compressing that lower and then boosting the gain, so it's kind of bringing up some high end. But by doing all those things, we kind of turn it into a pretty nice sound. So then, the final thing I did was I went back into the patch and I started tweaking things a tiny bit, and I was like, it sounds cool, let me actually go back and turn the sidechain on and let's play it with the drums. So at that point I had this. And I was like, that sounds cool, but it needs to groove a little bit more. And the first thing I did is I automated the filter a bit with that little thing just moving like that, because it just was like this. That's how it was, and then it just, let me just do that for the first 4 bars. So it just was like this. See? So it was pretty static still. And I decided like, okay, I want that a little bit of movement. Just so it ebbs and flows a little bit, which kind of already made the groove a little bit nicer. But I was like, it needs more, like something on the filter that just gives it a bit more movement. So that's where this LFO comes in. Originally I had this set to free, so that originally I had all the notes just legato in one sort of like 2-bar phrase. So every note had a glide between them. And I had this set to envelope mode, so that it only triggered on the first bar, on the first note, and then you would get this kind of thing. That's what I had at first, which we could bring back if I do that real quick. And then, or let me, we don't need that here. We lock the automation. And then if I go in here, let me just... This is what I had first. So all the notes play legato. And you can also hear that the detuning is just continuing to spread and go in the same motion if you listen really closely. But then I kind of... and what then happens is this also triggers only on the first sort of like bar. See? It just plays and then it triggers again. And that's how I then started adding this shape. So I was like, okay, let's add these things. So I added a little bit of movement on the filter cutoff. And that little dun dun at the start really added quite a bit of groove. And I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So I added that on a couple of more things. On the EQ as well, which is the EQ that wasn't being used yet. Which actually does it in the range, I think around... Oh no, it's higher than 100 Hz. I thought it was around that 100 Hz region that I was taking down all the time, but no, it's higher. So just in like the low mids, it does that little movement now as well. And there was more. This last one wasn't being used. That one was still bypassed, but this one was turned on as well. Which is moving this, but that is bypassed, so forget that. That doesn't matter. This one, I had this earlier, but didn't really like it, and it was so subtle, so I bypassed it. But then, like I said, I started doing this with the gaps in between the notes. So there's a little bit of a gap in between them now. And now that envelope also doesn't play only on the first bar. Because now that envelope re-triggers on this note. And again on this note. So now it suddenly started getting a completely different groove, because this thing kind of comes back midway in the pattern and sort of like off grid from the first time it plays. So now we get this kind of thing. And I was like, that actually works. So I just kept it. I was thinking about maybe setting this to free so that it would just play every, and set it to free and just set this to 2 bars and then squish this into the first half, and then basically doing a thing in the second half. But I was like, this kind of works, so I just kept that thing. It kind of worked, so why not? And it basically just moves this filter. Even when it's being automated by the macro, this filter is still moving. So even if we're going up here in the thing where it's automated, you can see that it's still doing that same motion, which is kind of cool. So, that's the bass broken down. Now, we can do some cool things, because, like, if we go here, for instance, I was playing around with this earlier. Like, if we, for instance, go there, it also starts sounding pretty cool. Because then we can start hearing that reverb a lot better. So we can play around with that in maybe the second time it loops. Something like that. Now let's think. Cool, Sefia. Right, so let's see. Let's unlock that. Just duplicate this for now. So first thing I want to play around with is see if we can maybe do a bit of a simpler pattern in the first section. Let's first take the shakers out maybe. And we're probably gonna replace these heads with something else. I also think we can get a better kick, by the way. The kick is a bit weird. Bit of a weird tone. I think we can maybe get a better one, but it works for now. Doesn't really matter too much in the mix, so. So let's see, what if we Now it's really minimal, but I'll have to add something back instead of that. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's because the envelope retriggers. This shape retriggers there. I'm sure if I... Maybe we should just start with this pattern, I'm now thinking, and just have that as the main groove. Because it is kind of a nice groove. So here, or should we? Let's see if we can get some better hats for that one. Maybe we can just sample, use. Oh, what? Much too busy. We'll make something ourselves. These are too do think I want to have something a bit more acoustic sounding though for those, even though we're gonna have to make them quite short. Let's use maybe addictive drums. Where did I put you? Yo, where the fuck are you? Shouldn't you be in here? Oh, there. We'll just focus on this first section for now. Probably gonna mess with the different ones later. Big one. Doesn't really matter at this point. just the bottom ones here. Bit better. What happens if we move the louder ones? Quite loud, but maybe with some processing that could actually work. First thing, let's do a bit of soothe on this. Because I find normally, especially for drum and bass, the heads from Addicted Drums tend to be quite resonant. So, see that already? So now we can also change this a little bit. Let's just make sure we remember which one we are. The vintage K. Ooh. It also works. I mean, they will all work. Some are just going to be more brighter than others. But because we've added the soothe, they all sound a lot similar now. Oh, this one is nice. I don't like this one. I mean, these are probably already quite mono. There's probably some width, but yeah, they're more mono than wide, so we're good. It should be good in mono as well. Yeah, sounds almost the same. Always check, but you know, that sounds good enough. So now we have these hats. We had this before. Yeah, sounds a lot worse. This sounds a lot better. Simpler, but better. So let's copy that over to here as well. Oh, that. See what we get now. I'll leave this in here if we do want to bring them back, but I don't think we will. Let's check real quick what it sounds like if we open up the high pass a little bit more. That would, we can move that. Maybe a bit much. And that's good. I'm still kind of tempted to try out something here in the first section. What if we just... What if we just do that? That makes sense? Kinda works. It's a very subtle variation, but kinda works. Okay, I guess we need to move to the next section now, because we kind of want to hear what we get if we get that higher thing. Let's just do this. And let's copy this here. And let's see. So what do we get if we go there? Might have to start doing some more automation on the filter to get that to sound better. Remove. Get weird stuff. You can also start maybe doing weird shit like that. Just changing the groove up like ever so slightly like that. And then, I don't know, maybe we'll move you up. Maybe like that. What happens if we go... Nah, that's shit. What if we bring back... this one? That could be a thing. Then the first section has no pitch bend on that last, or the first to last note. And then in the second 16, it has a bend. And then in the third 16, it goes back to no bend. And in the last 16, we will get the bend back. That could be a thing. Obviously, we need more effect sounds, and there needs to be some kind of a... I guess a bit of a lead or something on top, or some plug thing that comes in the... maybe here. Also, yeah, not sure what we'll do with that. Let's just leave it at this for now. And we'll probably add something on top, see if that works. We'll also need to figure out what the intro is gonna do. So here... that kind of worked. If we do want to make the pattern different, we can come back to it later. Okay, so then we want this one up. And I guess that one up as well. And this one was up. Okay. At least we have 64 bars now of drop. We do want to have some variation here and there. We probably need to do quite a few edits and things, but for now that kind of works. What can we do for the intro? Oh, let's also move this to the right spot because it's not aligned with the grid, and I can't stand that. This is 1632. We probably don't need much more than 32 bars of intro, but for the sake of it, let's put it somewhere here. Grab everything. Information is not locked, so we can just move this, and let's move it down here. So that's where the drop is gonna be, and then we have 64 bars to play with of space for the intro here. Let's see. So I think I want to introduce this bass in the intro. Like, at least in the last 16 bars before the drop. I think I want to introduce that, so that would be this. At least so like this thing that comes in. Probably filtered a lot. Maybe... let's see. Let's see. We have the high pass filter, of course. Let's bring that one in. And we're probably gonna have a change here, because we probably won't have the same transition here. Bring this hat into the intro, I guess. We'll just say we have 32 bars of intro for now. And then it's probably gonna be a little bit less hats in the intro, something like that. That might even extend into here. Thinking we're probably gonna put a reverb on this quite a bit. So it's like really washed out at first. Probably this one is gonna be muted. Yeah, and then something in here, maybe a vocal sample, something like that. That should probably work. And we don't need this here, because I think I heard... Yeah, that erosion is still doing something, because it's after the reverb, so there's a tiny bit of reverb there. So that's why we still hear something there, so let's just remove that automation. I'm still not happy with how that sounds. I think we could maybe do something else with that. So maybe this one will stay there. And there will be something on top instead that does that higher note. Although I do kind of want a little bit of a change in the groove here, but what if we do this? Ooh. Hey, that's actually kind of cool. How does that sound after the other part? sometimes it needs. It gives a weird sort of like dun 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 dun. Sort of like a weird dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. We could probably copy that with a pluck kind of sound or something that follows that same rhythm. And do like some... That could maybe be cool. Probably it's gonna be, again, just some detuned sauce, but... So we're going G, 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 F sharp, F sharp. Probably can make something nicer there, but we'll see. So it kind of goes... And then it does that. Yeah. So that's kind of the pattern, the rhythm it does. I think we've aligned that right. Yeah. So we kind of want to make something in this pattern, I guess. See? So if we make something cool with that pattern, let's first just do that. Let's give it a bit of a... Really? Here maybe? That's weird. I'll try doing a little thing here. Let's see. So if we are... Like we can also go with like an interval of G, for instance, and treat it as if the G would be the root node. You get like a weird, almost like a chord thing there, but you don't really hear it well now because we haven't processed it yet. Trying to hear it a little bit, but... Let's open you up a bit. Yeah, that's better. Then we can hear what we're doing. I'm not sure if we're gonna do the same rhythm. See. Wait. loop that as well, so we can. Oh yeah, we missed. I'm like, why does it sound different there? We missed. What was it? That? I think. Yeah. I didn't do it here either, so let's get back here. Well, I'll also try maybe trying a different note in the transition, but let's. Now for this thing, because I wanna make that into a cool sound. See if we can do that. That real quick. One moment. Yeah, we need reverb on this for sure. Let's grab you. Try that one as well. So it's a bit slow in the attack, that mode. So I might just go for concert hall. Bit brighter. Take a little bit of that. Huh, that might be cool. Let's add a bit of OTT on this. Let's maybe try grain delay. Probably want to put that here. Oh, that's gonna get weird. Kinda cool. Okay, what the fuck happened there? What? What? Why does that sound so different suddenly? Yeah. That's good. Oh, because it goes an octave higher. Ah. What if we do that? And then here, and let's bring you back down. Let's see for this one. Don't like that last one that high. That one is alright, but let's see. That's better though. Here. Guess we can just copy you for now. Yeah, that works. Okay. Probably should turn this band off as well, because that's just creating unnecessarily low end. We're probably gonna have to control that anyway. Don't need all of that. Like, that's basically the same thing. We don't really need that lower layer. We can also try maybe going to... Oh yeah, of course. It also does that. 9. And we had some here. There we go. Let's try grabbing you. Or what was it? This one. As soon as we automate the feedback, we get more octaves, which is maybe not what we want. See? But if we automate you, sure. Could work. Obviously a bit more work, but what happens if we switch you? Come on, where are you? Huh? Yo, show me the fucking range then. Yo, Ableton is so fucking stupid. Ableton, why am I not allowed to go higher than 12? Because the range is 12. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, Ableton is not stupid. I'm stupid. I wanted to go up another octave, mate. Why not? Please. I want 24. We can go down to fucking minus 36. Why can I not go up to plus 24? There we go. We'll turn that second grain delay on midway through. See what happens. This might sound really bad, or it might work, and I might be a genius, but I mean, it works. It sounds less worse than I thought it was gonna do. Yo, Budney. I think we just need to start working on an intro. Figuring that out. Or maybe the breakdown and then turn that into the intro later. And then also get some, some melodic layers in the intro, like some pads, atmosphere that I can also use to kind of create some sweeps and things. Like some reverb swells here and there at the end of the phrases, stuff like that. Just to kind of give it some more movement and kind of details here and there. Why do I love this idea already? I mean, I like it too. It sounds cool. Getting somewhere. Not sure about this extra new layer, but something along those lines could probably work. Maybe a different sound, but kind of want another 8-note head maybe that is a bit brighter and just something that... let's go and find this sample real quick. Go in browser. What do we got? Dude, that's almost the same sample. Let's just use that one. A little lower, but that's kind of good. A little fade in here. But we a bit of a tack on that. Maybe we'll make it a bit shorter. Just something like that. And then let's see. Let's do works. Pretty subtle. Like it once. It is slightly better, maybe. There we go. Yeah, not sure about that layer, but we'll see. See if we can do what we're gonna do. Let's maybe make the kick drum better. Or at least just, I wanna try out something else, maybe a kind of a different style kick. Let's just maybe try making one real quick. Seeing if that sounds better. Like, there's something about the tone of that kick that I just don't like. So, just do that. Chuck you one there. Another one for the pitch. Here. There. And let's see, so we want that. That. Want something like that. Oh yeah, of course, the pitch. We want to go Let's see, this track is in the key of E minor, so we could do it a kick in E. If we bring this up 4 and then I guess down 2 or 3. Hear the first part, otherwise it gets too busy. Well, like that. Doesn't really need that, to be honest. Like at this point, it's all about tweaking this envelope. This one and this one. These two will shape how the kick sounds now. Do we want it a little bit higher at first and then to drop down? Or do we want it to go down quicker? That's basically what we need to figure out. See this now, if we bring this up here, it gets a bit more low mids in the transient. And it sits a bit higher. Whereas if we go here, it sits lower. So we get a bit more of a subby kick. And right now I'm tuning it to the root note of the track, but we could also, for instance, say bring it to B, the 5th. Let's bring this to -1 and then this to -2 instead of -3, so it's an octave higher or a 5th higher. We get a bit of a bit more of a higher kick. But that actually works pretty well. Probably want to shorten it up a little. But that also kind of works. So we had this kick. Now we have this one. A bit too high in my opinion though still, but that's just a matter of moving that around. Bit of a cleaner kick, but it kind of works, I think. I need to piss. I'll go and take a bathroom break real quick. I'll loop that. So I'll be back in just a bit. I'll also turn my speakers on so I can quickly do a speaker check while I'm downstairs. And I'll be back in like a minute or two. I'll grab a drink downstairs. quickly want to check something out. Just for fun. Just for fun. I should probably have something. Something here. Ah, there it is. Let's see what this sounds like. Let's just quickly chuck an acapella in here. So we are in 174. This is in 172 or 86. So we'll just move that down. The key is D and we're in E, but who the fuck cares? It's rap, so it doesn't really matter. See if we can see if we get a maybe a little vocal snippet for it before the drop. See if I can align that real quick.
Dilated. People.
Maybe it's already aligned. Let's see.
Your eyes dilated. Shaking the G's.
I was
Almost.
Shaking the G's.
I was getting buried alive.
Needs to...
Shaking the G's.
I was getting buried alive. Heard the dirt hit the coffin top. I barely survived, but I broke through my grave, ripped the pine box, cell apart. Head first, yelling maggot brain, funkadelic art.
There is a dark side, fair weather friends flock. Hitchcock, same birds scatter when the end stop. Couple let their guards down, figured it was done for certain. Talking about it's time to pull the plug and close the curtains. Eyes wide, bug like holy leaping Lazarus.
Likely off still. Let's see.
Plug and close the curtains. Eyes.
Or is it?
Plug and close the curtains. Eyes wide, bug like holy leaping Lazarus. I thought the shower, never mind. Material still hazardous, hazmat, clutching their chest like asthmatics. From mathematics, a natural dash of black magic. Salute to new voices, flexing power, advancing.
Probably a little snippet we can grab from this acapella to put in front of the drop.
Dilated.
Right?
Peoples. DJ. Premiere on the beat.
Credit where credit is due.
DJ Babu on the cut.
You know the saga.
Dilated peoples. Absolutely big part of my youth.
See what your eyes dilated for the sake of the G's.
I was getting buried alive. Heard the
But we can hear what this sounds like with a bit of a vocal, and it actually works as well. What can we use from this?
I was getting buried alive. Heard the dirt hit the coffin top. I barely survived. I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive. Heard the I was getting buried alive.
I mean, for the time being, if we just chuck that in there and then extend this so that it continues one more little section.
I was getting buried alive.
Maybe even...
I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive. Dirt hit the car. I was getting buried alive.
I mean, for now, it'll do. Can always fix it with a different one later. I'm gonna have to think about the intro. So, if anybody has some ideas, this is a moment where you can give them while I listen and think.
I was getting buried alive.
close the window a bit because otherwise we're gonna get mosquitoes. And I don't want mosquitoes. I like that chord. Doesn't matter because we should have it still. That one. Yeah, I think it was. What if we just drone that out, like you said? Make a fucking pad out of this. I did that at the start of the stream, Roger. So if you want to see that, you need to go back to the start of the stream, which should be possible. I think you can go back up to 3 hours, right, into a live stream when it's going on still. So we're 2 hours in, so you should be able to check that out. And if not, it will be on my channel tomorrow. This stream will be available on my channel tomorrow anyway. Usually takes a bit of time for it to what do you call it? Damn, I can't come up with the word. Buffer, that's the word. Ableton. YouTube needs to buffer the entire thing or process the entire thing after the stream is over. The bass patch isn't that crazy though. It's really just take a saw wave and put some unison on it and a filter with some key tracking, and that's basically it. After that, there's just some saturation and other things to kind of make it a bit louder, but that's basically it. I'm not gonna go through the entire thing, but like if we just play this is just a patch by itself. And it's just... oh. It's just a low pass saw wave with some unison. That's just it. And then some processing, which makes it a bit louder and a bit crunchier, but that's basically it. Like I said, you can see it at the start of the stream though, so just go there.
I was getting buried alive.
I'm thinking I think I'm gonna do the intro this long, so that we have 32 bars of sort of like stuff with this drone, and then here we kind of get a bit of a sort of like a subtle build, not necessarily too big, but like just having some maybe this one more time, so like one more time here, and it starts fading out after that, and then some kind of noise thing or something coming up, or something building up towards that vocal, or whatever vocal is going to be there in the end. You get it? So then we'll start here. Let's find some bit of an impact sound or something for the start. Impact low samples, and then just give me one good one. Sure, that's good enough. Click that, and then we'll remove impact low from the search here, and then we get a whole bunch of low impact sounds. There we go. And then we can just chuck a couple ones in, see which one sounds best. That's the one we picked, but then want something more subtle. Maybe? Something different. Maybe a bit more synth-like impact kind of thing. Probably should have picked a different one then. Let's do impact boom, maybe? Then we should probably get some... I mean, that is kind of like it, but... Okay, let's try something like that, and then removing this search. Should get quite a few subby ones, like really sub-heavy ones. There's also a bunch of resampled things in here, which are just coming from me recording whatever I'm working on. That's better. Something like that. Something more subtle. Or subtle. Can we... I want to try something out real quick. Freeze. Well, let's copy this code real quick. We still have the old one. So it sounds like that. Oh wait, no, maybe I should change this note as well, so we get a bit of an idea. Come on, you can do it. So we have F sharp, D, and G. Try that. Moved here because I'm not sure. I think it's still having this one bleed into that one. Oh wait, we can just of course do this. Just mute that one. But that way it should only freeze that part. Or at least only have the audio of that. I'm kind of just creating a little bit of a different chord there. I believe it's kind of like a diminished thing. E flat diminished, but could be wrong. And then let's create another track here. You in somewhere? Probably wanna. No, that's too much. We're not gonna do that. We're just gonna stick to this thing. That's gonna be much better. Just having like a more droney kind of thing. Let's see. Let me. One. Yo, I know you want to. There we go. Have this one here already. Good. Automate the fade in here maybe. So that in the intro, the head is a little bit less harsh. Because it is a little much maybe. That'll do. Do we want to bring the drums in the intro? Maybe. Maybe that could be cool. Let's copy these first. This. Might not need all of this, but... Yeah, we definitely don't need all of it. Oh yeah, we can get rid of these as well. We don't really need them now. We have these new hats, they're much better. If we just maybe get rid of these ones. Or simpler pattern. Maybe take these out here. Go for something like that. Now I'm kind of thinking when I hear drums in this, it's probably want to go into the drop right after here. If we do that. Although we could, I mean, it both can work. But these days it's more common to have the drop straight after that instead of having a full-on section for like a little bit of a build kind of thing. But I'm not entirely sure yet. We'll see. Can always take something out. Let's just grab that. Wait, I think I had an. Let me check something real quick. I think I had an old version of this project from yesterday that contained some atmosphere. This one? Yeah. Did this contain something? Yeah. I think it was this group that had some cool stuff. Let's see if that gives us some ideas. I think this was just me running stuff through a reverb, if I'm remembering correctly. Where are you? There. What does this sound like? Yeah, so we have like a bit of a pad. That might work. That might be good to have. Okay, let me just play this. And I have another synth kind of thing that I can use to give some other things. Maybe we can put this in. I just saved. Sure what these other things are. Might be a bit too much, but okay, that one is ass. But maybe with this atmosphere stuff we can do something. Let's just put this in here. Like that will add some extra stuff probably. This is just an omnisphere layer. Why not even? Let's just put this one in as well then. See what we get. Okay, not entirely liking that. There's a huge delay happening on this because of the reverb, I think. Oh, there's a portal on here as well. That's probably why. We could resample it at some point if we want to bring it out in time. Probably not there. Now we also have this one. That one is quite, well, I don't know, it does a lot, but let's see. Basically just a brass layer, I think. Add that, and then add this one. Get. And that. So, if we need you, but let's keep you in. What about you? So, which sound is? Yeah, okay, so that's that. I thought it was. Why is it not going that quiet? We'll filter it, probably. afterwards. Ooh. Not sure about what we want to do here in the intro, but at least we get something, so we can build off something. Let's also maybe add some, just to give it some more. Let's give it some noise thing here. Back here. I guess we can just... It doesn't need to be immediate because we have this first and then this comes in. Maybe like that, something like that. Let's put some more stuff on this. EQ, because it has a bit too much here, I think. One there. And that other one down there, we can just cut that off. Better. And let's just put some shimmer reverb on it or something. No shift, so that when we bring the feedback up it doesn't get any higher, but it just stays in the same octave. And if we really want to bring out that reverb, we just chuck on an OTT a bit subtly. I mean, doesn't necessarily have to be an OT. If you just take in multiband dynamics and you just grab... What is that? And you just grab this band right here and just do that. You bring it up. See? That brings up the high end. So if you just chuck that somewhere here, see? When it goes below that, it just starts bringing it up. So if you want to add high end, that stays for longer, you just do that. And another thing you could do is, of course, compress the high end. Press it like that, and then bring the gain up. So that way you kind of get what OTT does to the high end, but without it doing anything here. I can really advise to learn how multiband compression works, because it's such a good tool to kind of balance sounds and layers together as well. You do have to be careful with it, of course, because it can... What the hell? That's probably just some low end from that reverb or something. Let's just make sure. Yeah, shimmer creates a ton of low end as well. So probably can fix that by just putting shimmer in front of the EQ there. There we go. And now, I mean, if we want less of it, we can do that, but I'm kind of alright with that much. Let's just freeze and flatten that. So we're now freezing it with the tail and the reverb included. So it should become a bit longer than what it looks like here, I guess. Or it's just a bit different. But now we have this, and we can use this as well as a sweep going up if we want to do that. Let's say, for instance, here, reverse this one, and it's probably gonna go until here. We probably want to split these up across two different ones so we can change the gain.
I was getting buried alive.
It might actually want to go to here.
I was getting buried alive.
Now, there's some stuff bleeding into the next section. We need to make sure that that doesn't happen. So, take that one. We can just automate that real quick. Do that. Oh. There.
I was getting buried alive.
Well, maybe that'll just go there on the last section. Maybe it won't even be used in the drop like that. Maybe that is just for the breakdowns in the intro. We just need these ones in the drop. I'm thinking what this needs now. Wait, maybe we can bring the vocal back as well somewhere. Maybe here.
I was getting buried alive. I was getting. 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 I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive.
Kind of works. Let's just do that. Then.
I was getting buried alive.
Oh. One.
I was getting buried alive. 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 I was getting buried alive.
What if we had a right area here? We go with, yeah, I guess we'll go with addictive drums again. Sampler, addictive drums. And let's do a ride. And then we need to find the ride. Where? Only one? No, there can be only one. Yeah, okay. Probably gonna need a different ride, but let's just put in a little pattern. We just do this. That kind of works. Just having it on every other beat. Then let's see. This one is a bit loud. Although it does kind of work. But let's see, let's make them a little louder. You can hear where we don't want those samples, those higher ones, so I can also go in here and limit those. So if we don't necessarily need to do no alts, but if I just do this, we can make sure that we don't get those loud samples, and we get more of that sound. So then we can see, now they're a bit louder as well. So we can really, even if we just want to have that just at bottom range, we can just go all the way down there. Now we can get that quieter sounding right, but make it louder. See? Maybe do that and then put that in. Let's try a couple of different rides. This one is almost non-existent, apparently. Ah, it is there. Let's just make these a little bit louder. Put some EQ on it. Give the high end a bit of a boost because that will help it come through the mix a bit better. And let's just put a utility on it so we can balance the gain a bit. I know it's a little too much, but we're just... You can't find the sweet spot by going too much first. Hey. Gotcha. You'll never find the sweet spot without going too much first. Simple as that. I mean, maybe you will, but... Probably easier to find the sweet spot by pushing things further than you want and then dialing them a little bit back when you found that spot where you're like, okay, that's where it's too much.
I was getting buried alive.
Yeah, this is definitely too much, but no big deal. That's it's also the wrong pitch. Like, rides have a pitch, which can be really annoying. Want that sample, I think, a little bit more. See? It needs to be that softer sample. There are still a couple of samples there. A couple of different samples.
I was getting buried alive.
That's much better. Now I'm still not sold on the ride itself. Jesus Christ, now those are really loud. I wished it would... I just need to click here. Make sure I click at the bottom. Let's just switch through them. Let's loop this section. That's too much. And we can also shape the release. Get a more shorter one if we want. But I think it's nice with a bit of a longer release. That one is really subtle. Too much. That can also work. Played with brushes. Always gonna sound softer that way, but sometimes can sound pretty cool as well. Or with mallets. No. I actually still think one of these first ones, which are obviously also the higher sounding rides, the further here we go, the bigger they get. so the lower the pitch also gets, or the lower the resonance, I should probably say. So probably one of these first ones. That's way too much. I guess that one just works. Yeah, that one just works. So I guess we'll just stick to that one. I think we can also, like, that extends there, right? Don't we also have... A choke.
Buried alive.
Very subtle. You probably don't even notice that in the mix, but... It's so quiet that it almost doesn't even show up on the frequency analyzer here, the spectrum analyzer on the EQ8.
Buried alive.
Let's put that after the utility.
Buried alive.
There we go. Now we can see a bit better what's happening down here at 1K area. If we just boost this a little bit more, so we can see it a little bit better, and then we'll just bring the gain down here a bit further. Get the same, basically the same thing.
Buried alive.
Then we can see at least what's happening down there. So might want to just, let's just use.
Buried alive.
I really don't need that necessarily. Sure, whatever. I guess it's gonna continue in this section. Yeah, it's gonna continue. Let's check though, because let's move away. Sometimes it's really hard to figure out if the resonance of the ride sits right. Same with like cymbals. What helps a lot of times is to just, especially with rides, because they're playing the entire time, is to just move away from it for a moment. Just play like, I don't know, from the start or from here. And then when that ride comes in, if it sits in the right sort of like pitch or resonance, whatever you want to... Is that a pitch? I guess it is a pitch. Then it will immediately jump out. Well, most of the time at least. You'll be like, oh no, that needs to be higher, or that needs to be lower.
I was getting buried alive.
Thing can be a little higher. Like around here. Now again, I need to go back, listen to it without, so that you can kind of hear what that sounds like when it comes in. We also definitely still need some extra stuff here happening, just like some effects, like some, I don't know, accent sounds here and there, just to fill it up a bit.
I was getting buried alive.
Now it might be slightly too high. Go to maybe 7-ish.
I was getting buried alive.
Yeah, that's better. Could maybe do that somewhere else as well. Could maybe be good for here on the turnaround. Have a bigger gap.
I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive.
Although that transition sits really well, because of how the vocal falls with the rest of the stuff, so I guess that is right.
I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive. Live. I was getting buried alive. Buried alive.
entirely liking the switch on the second half, where it goes, brings this in. So let's just get rid of that. I do think it wants something extra in halfway. So like changing. Oh, we could make that one a chord as well. It actually sounds pretty cool.
Buried alive.
What happens if we turn these all in chords? We can actually put this one at the top of all of those. Okay, maybe not. The first one sounds cool though. And I guess we can use that as a variation maybe, because we could also start with this.
Buried alive.
I'm kind of tempted to oh. Maybe just there. And then I kind of want to check the... We can just keep it, then just, yeah, let's do this, then, yeah, then let's grab that on here, go, on there, and that. Now we can go from there all the way up to here, which is quite nice. Let's do open up or something like that, whatever. Maybe give it a bit more attack as well. And then if this opens up, I guess we want the release to get a little bit longer as well. Maybe more. That maybe. But then we are gonna curve this so that it only comes up at the end, or more at the end. Maybe even a little bit more. So now we can start going in with some automation on that thing as well, which is gonna make this a whole lot better. And I'm not sure if we need that extra thing there though. Let's just have this continue. Kinda works. We'll just automate this one. So do we want to automate it already a little bit here? Maybe like I guess not. I guess what we're gonna do is just a slow rise like that. And it keeps rising pretty slowly. Then here it's probably gonna go a bit quicker. Then here it's just like going up really. I mean, I can also record it in. Because then it's probably a little bit smoother. Just move that. How do we do that again? Like that. Start from there.
I was getting buried alive.
Probably don't need to go up much, so probably just stay down there actually. And then maybe we can do that better. That was pretty good. A little bit of a thing here, that's kind of nice. Just do this. Let's see if we do that, then that, then hit Control X. Bam. And I guess we can step up a little. Maybe we'll automate some reverb on here as well. That might be nice. And here we can actually do the same thing. We can just do Control X to kind of clean this entire thing up. Go up a little bit later, like there. And this kind of just decays down in a Let's make that a little bit nicer. Like that, maybe. Could even maybe fix this one a little because I was a little bit too early, in my opinion. Oh. This one, I think it's gonna sound better if we have this open a bit more, because then that release will stay up as well. Oh, maybe. Okay, that's all right. Let's copy. Nope, not do that. Let's copy this over to here. See what we get with the chord.
I was getting buried alive.
Oh, that's nice. I like that one so much. That one sounds really cool. That extra chord layer just works. So yeah, I think maybe some automated reverb would be nice on this. Let's grab... We'll do that on the channel here. We'll just make a rack for it. So let's just grab an audio effect rack. And we need one dry chain so that we just hear the audio going through. And then we need a chain that we can use for the reverb. So let's do dry. And then this is wet or moist, however you want to call it. Basically like the weather out here in the Netherlands at the moment. Which reverb should we use? Something big. Well, we can make vintage verbs sound big, so let's go for that palace mode. I've been using that the entire tune, so why not? And chop that up a lot. Maybe that's a bit much, but that's probably like what we want. Let's just do the high shelf up a bit. And then we can chuck a utility on here. And then we'll map this gain to a macro. And just set the maximum value to 0, I guess. And then now we have a gain here that we can use to bring some reverb in every once in a while.
I was getting buried alive.
Like, let's see, maybe right here. Do that. Do we get those little things now, which is really nice. And here, for instance, do a longer one. I don't know. And that way we can really start adding quite some interesting things. And if I resample this later, I can also chop these little bits out, because they're not happening where these plugs themselves are happening. So I can chop them out and use them in the first section. Hey. Just need to remember that. Just like you need to remember this.
Buried alive.
By the way, I'm vibing to this one. I'm not sure if that's the right position though for this one. Let's maybe do it so that it leads into the kick. That could work. Or into the snare. Into the next section. Maybe? Kinda cool. I mean, we're vibing. Also, what might be good to do is put an EQ on the reverb channel. It's all right actually, but maybe get rid of a little bit of that. And we can also put an OTT after the reverb, and then just make sure we turn that band off, because we don't need that extra mud down there which it creates when we do that. Off. That will kind of make the reverb channel louder or more compressed. Also makes it a lot more noisy in this case. Not sure if we're gonna go for that, but a little bit less. Boost the gain a bit here. Actually, there's stuff happening and coming up now for some reason. Let's just high pass that. Whip, there we go. I'm thinking maybe this whole thing, this thing, can actually come in here after the first 16, and then the last 16 can be when the pads sort of like come back in, and everything gets a bit more subdued, if you get what I mean, and so like starts transitioning. That could also be a way that we can structure this track. We don't have to go for like two 32-bar sections. It's just an idea, you know? Something that could maybe work as well. Save. Let's listen real quick.
I was getting buried alive.
Little glitch there for some reason. Not sure what that was. Yeah, true, but
I was getting buried alive.
I mean, this works, yeah. Currently. I do love that extra layer now. It might need a little bit of EQ still, because it's maybe still a little bit Like this is just a reverb. Oh, what? Okay, let me just turn that all off. Just do that. Then we can just color you, boom, so that is our reverb swell. So that is nice and clear. Automate me. Definitely this section needs work, but we'll figure that out at some point. I'm much more focused on the drop at the moment because that is actually starting to sound pretty good. And it's also what I've lately been struggling with a lot, so it's a nice change. It's a nice change to, for once, not struggle too much with the drop. I do still think it can have maybe a little extra variation here, going from this first section into this second section. What though? Good question.
I was getting buried alive.
Maybe. Hey. A, and then we one cutoff.
I was getting buried alive.
I mean, I can already hear that this is really cool for having the reverb swells, because those suddenly are appearing now as well, because that is there. And that sounds really cool. But I don't really like this sound itself. I can actually do the reverb swells without resampling if I want. Let me show you. Take that. We just automate this. Be off right there. Be off right here. Oh. Boom. And it turns off again there. Then off right here. Now we should get the reverb swells without having the plugs themselves. And then we can also just have that macro at the top because that sounds better. See? And we could, if we want to, on the wet channel here, could maybe filter that one. Grab an auto filter. Let's just roll that off a bit here in the first section. Then it comes up.
buried alive.
Here they start sounding different though, because they obviously have multiple notes feeding into them. So that could be something to think about. I could, of course, always copy this channel and have that one, like, duplicate this channel, have one channel with this MIDI clip that's just having these notes here. So it just creates an E note reverb swell, and then take the reverb swell off of this one, if you get what I mean. So that, but now this one is also cool, but now, because now this one has a chord layer, basically, which I could also create. Let me check. Get down here, because you belong here. So, there's one note here we can fix, because the reverb swell comes in from here. Yeah, nice. Now we should have the chord reverb swells. Yes. There's a little piece left though of that stupid sound. Come on. How are we gonna get rid of that? Oh, now it's gone. Huh? Okay. Weird. You can always edit the audio later after resampling.
I was getting buried alive.
Okay, there. Something. What the fuck was that?
I was getting buried alive.
Oh yeah, of course, because the thing opens up here. But I'm sure if we need that necessarily. Plus, we could also. Where's that? That thing that opens up. Like a one here. We could also chuck you down already.
I was getting buried alive.
Okay.
I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive.
See, that's one annoying thing, that it just comes up already. Fix that. We're automating the speaker on here. Idea. What if we automate this? Or just... What if we just turn that off? In this entire section. And only turn that on right here. I'm stupid, then I probably shouldn't even have needed to do that. I could have probably just done that. See, we still get the reverb swells. Is this section fixed now?
I was getting buried alive.
Yeah. So, and now if I delete this, let's see. I'm stupid. we don't need that. That works.
I was getting buried alive.
And then that also means that I can just keep this one sort of like up as well in this section. Probably doesn't even matter.
I was getting buried alive.
No. Hey. This is a vibe. This is our pluck. Oh.
I was getting buried alive.
Like some accent sounds here and there, just like I'm thinking like reverbed percussion or something, just somewhere, just one hit every once in a while, just to give it a little bit of an accent somewhere, to keep it from getting too boring or too repetitive is what it needs. But other than that, I think this is getting close to what it needs to be in terms of the drop.
I was getting buried alive.
Made some good progress today on this one, actually. It's how late? Midnight. Okay. That one is maybe a bit loud. That, well, which we can fix if we just curve this a little bit more, then it feels softer. Like some...
I was
thinking... if we, because we only have the reverb, because we have the reverb by itself, could we
I was getting buried alive.
bit much, but the reverb is pretty long, so I should maybe be able to this section mute that.
I was getting buried alive.
Okay, now it's getting too quiet. Let's go into reverb maybe. Bring the high cut up a bit, because that makes it low, more and more low passed over time, the longer the reverb is. So if we just bring this up, maybe we should be getting more high end towards the end there. Let's see if that works.
I was getting buried alive.
Still too low passed. We can maybe increase the length of this. if we just chuck you all the way up and chuck you all the way up? Yeah, true.
I was getting buried alive.
I guess that's what we'll do. So let's just bring this down to where it was roughly something like. Will keep this because it's probably gonna be good anyway. Let's see. Why are these now quieter as well? Reason. Width. More reverb. Am I crazy or what? I don't get it. Why is it suddenly quiet? Ooh. Like this also has less high end now. Why? Huh? What else did I change? Okay, slightly better. No, but it's clearly different now from what it was before. Like, it's much quieter and subdued. Why? Like, the only things I changed was this and that. Really odd. What was macro 2 again? The envelope amount. Oh! Wait. Why is that there? Needs to be there. And this also needs to just be up there. I think. That's probably it. Yeah. See? That was it.
I was getting buried alive.
There we go. Found it. I can maybe take off a little bit more as well. So then for this section, let's just make another one, I guess. So we need a more brighter reverb. So let's just get started with shimmer, maybe? And then leave the shift on so that we get higher stuff. Might work. And then we'll chuck on a vintage verb after that. Quite long. Now, so that we don't get any stuff. And then up. We don't need all, but let's make sure that this one is quite. Can copy this one out. That. Then we need the utility here. That to that one. We'll call that bright reverb swell. There we go. You can be brighter. There you go. Up to 0. And let's automate that first to begin. Let's also make it longer than the other one. Make this. See what it sounds like now. Then we probably will have to do some stuff to it.
I was getting buried alive.
Right, so right now it's not enough yet. Let's do this so we can see there's a lot more low mids than there's stuff here, so we're just gonna boost the crap out of the highs on this one, I guess. Take out some of this area. That. This. Work, and then we can. That. We get.
I was getting buried alive.
Already works a bit better. Now, what if we... I guess we can use this as well. Then we'll just automate this during this section. From the start. See if that works. Yeah, it doesn't. We don't hear it yet anyway when it's here, so. That. I guess I could also where damn. I was like, maybe I can, or maybe I can try that and drop it here. Probably close enough to this one to still create that swell. Because the reverb is quite long. Yeah, see?
I was getting buried alive.
Okay, let's see. Listen to the drums. Oh yeah, I also had another layer in the snare here because I was trying out some things on the snare to see if I could get like a bit of a fuller snare. I like it, the tone is right, but it needs like a little extra thing or something. I had that one, which kind of worked, so not sure if I'll use it, but
I was getting buried alive.
it's kind of cool. I could also maybe use it every once in a while. That could also be cool.
I was getting buried alive.
The little reverb swells definitely already add sort of like the little bit of the tiny bit of variation that it needs for this section not to be too repetitive from here. I feel it's like that little bit of reverb coming from these things it just works. The build, this section obviously is completely not done, but whatever.
I was getting buried alive.
That definitely works, having that in there.
I was getting buried alive.
Let's see if we maybe like a little noise of like a clap or something can work as well. Clap. Yo. Come on. Okay, there we go. No? Not yet? No, not yet. There we go. Weird resonance, that one. Let's go and... It's gonna be slow again. Come on, Ableton. I know there's quite a few samples in that collection, but come on. Yo, Stefia, thanks. Sounds like Good Darkness is rolling on. I guess so, yeah. I like it. Where we're going. Maybe. Let's try this out real quick. If we take... I guess we can just use a delay for that. Use a delay on here. Fully wet. Unsynced. And we can delay this ever so slightly from... with no feedback. No filter. From the other samples. We can go all the way up there, but you can kind of make the clap come in a little after the transient. If you hold shift, it's better because then you get some fine control. You can get some cool effects. Maybe let's try a couple of other claps. I wish Ableton would just have an option to save that. Well, I know you can save search results, but I don't want an entire fucking list of search results there, you know? There we go. No, not yet. It's halfway. There, now it's there. Maybe take the first part off. A little bit quieter. See how that sits in the mix of the drums. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Also try, see if this works. Frequency shifts are on. See if we can get that a little bit higher. And of course we end up on 432 hertz for the fucking conspiracy nutters out there. Because there is a bit of a tone in that clap for some reason. Yeah, works. It's handy but clunky. What? Ableton. Or the search, yeah. Artifacts was showing here that website with vocal stuff, speeches, movie dialogues, etc. If anyone... What? Artifacts was showing a website with vocal stuff. I think I know which one you mean. Was it the random sample thing? Was it that random thing where you just got a different video every time with a different vocal sample? It was a few months ago. Okay, then it wasn't that. Website with vocal stuff speeches from movie die? No, I have no idea. I know I have one though that I think kind of fits the idea. I have it saved. I think it was this one. Yeah, this one. So there's this website called playphrase.me, which basically gives you, like, you type something in here, and then it gives you all kinds of stuff. So if we go, to keep with the theme, like the vocal was saying "buried alive."
Buried alive. He's already suffered enough with the prospect of being buried alive.
And then we get all kinds of samples.
Husband had been buried alive.
This man was buried alive.
At least you won't be buried alive in Buxton.
And then you need to pay for more, but I'm not sure if that is the one. But I don't know which one you mean. That one is kind of helpful too, though. It's kind of nice. It's a bit of a shame that you need to pay for them if you want more than 5 samples. But if you just tweak the search, you get 5 new ones. So it's just that if you do the same search again, it will give you the same ones that it gave you before. So it is what it is, you know? But still. You think that's the one? That's longer ago, though. Like, that's more than a few months ago. It's probably like at least a year or maybe more than a year ago. It's pretty nice though. It's pretty nice. I think there's also a different one, which I forgot. I think there was somebody that made something. Not sure if that was this one. I think it was a different one that I found like through GitHub as well. But I'm not sure if that one still is up. Like theoretically you can, I guess, have like something search through transcripts from YouTube as well and get like, I guess that's how they're doing it as well, because obviously the website needs to, you know that, all the different words in the videos that it has sort of like analyzed. So I guess what they're doing is just taking all the videos that have like a transcript, which I guess all of them do because YouTube auto-generates that stuff if you don't fill it in. So I guess it just takes all of those transcripts of all the videos and then just searches through that, I guess. So theoretically, you can just make a script that you just run locally and just have it search through YouTube transcripts, and just find whatever word you're looking for. I guess somebody with a little bit of knowledge about coding could, and access to the YouTube API. I'm not sure if you need to pay to get access to that. You might. That's probably also what a website asks for money. Or they just want to make some money. That's also fair enough, everybody's on that grind, so. But yeah, I guess you could do that yourself. It's probably not even AI. You don't even need AI for that. It's literally just YouTube has the transcripts already for you. And you can probably get access to that through the API. If I'm, well, you probably can. So you don't need AI for that. You just need a script that searches through all the transcripts. But it's quite a cool thing actually. If you need like a specific sample, like for instance, right now I'm using that vocal. Let's say I wanted a little extra thing that said a similar thing like that, but then a different voice. I could just go there and just type whatever part in and just see if it pops up something. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you just get a whole bunch of crap, but you can find some good things. See how these drums with this clap layer now work in the drop.
I was getting buried alive.
Yeah, text-to-speech can work too, for sure. Although, I do think in that place, in that place, AI is actually better and more versatile, because you can just take whatever you want. You can just say, like, you don't have to rely on what sort of like pitch the text to speech will give you. You can just say it yourself in the pitch that you want, feed it into an AI that transforms it into a different voice that is whatever kind of voice you want, and there you go. So you know, that's in my opinion a place where you could, I guess, use AI, depending on, in my opinion, of course, how the models are trained. That's always the question. That's also what the whole discussion is about at the moment, of course. I saw that there actually were a couple of lawsuits filed about AI this week. The big major labels filed some lawsuits against the big AI companies for basically training on their artist material. And these are pretty big, these lawsuits, so we're gonna see how this is gonna unfold. But these are the big major labels that are going after the AI companies now, so gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen. Like, that could literally go both ways, because these are two really, we can't ignore it. These AI companies have become really, really powerful in a really short time. They've probably earned a lot of money over these models because a lot of people are using it. So they definitely have a lot of budget, because, you know, they've also got investments, of course, so they have quite some money to spend. But these major labels are no small players either. Let's be honest. Yeah, Udio and the other one, what was it called? Suno or something like that. Both have been sued now. So, I mean, it's quite interesting to see where this is gonna go, because this is kind of an important thing, I think, for what is gonna happen afterwards. This could set, I guess, either it could either go like it's gonna be a free for all after this, or maybe there'll be some regulation. Who knows? Or maybe nothing happens. We'll see. But I do think this will probably mark the start of something in terms of regulation, especially when such big players in the music industry are getting involved. Like, I'm not sure which labels they actually are involved, but I would assume Sony, Universal, probably. What is the other one? There's another one. Fuck, what was the third one? There's like 3 really big ones, I believe. I don't know, well, I can't come up with it from the top of my head. Somebody in chat probably will. But yeah, I'm quite interested to see where it's gonna go. But yeah, like there's also companies at the moment that are involved with AI that train the models themselves on people, singers that work for them, you know, that have actually, you know, signed up to work with them and create a model of their voice and give people the right to use it. That, in my opinion, is great, because then it's not trained on like somebody else's voice that has not given consent to that, right? There's also these other ones where, what was it called, Uberduck or something like that, which was it Virgin? Is Virgin Music also involved? I mean, that's also quite a big one, but it's the big ones, I believe, yeah. But Like I think it was called Uberduck or something like that, that had all the celebrity voices on it and stuff like that. Those were trained on literally just material from those people's voices that they taken off the internet, and recordings of their voice without their consent. And I think at some point they also had like some premium thing where you could get access to different ones, higher quality ones. Like at that point it starts getting iffy, because now you're making money off of somebody else's voice that has not given consent for you to use it commercially, right? That's getting a bit of a problem. Then you're starting to have questions about, okay, what are the legal rights to this? But there's also companies that do it the right way, where you can just upload your own voice recording and it turns it into whatever voice you choose from the database of vocalists that work for them and have created models. And that is a really good way of using it, in my opinion. That's the way to go. Just work with vocalists. That way these tech companies can also hire vocalists and actually give money back to the music industry by giving vocalists an extra job to do every once in a while, right? And maybe through that, people can actually also contact these vocalists if they really want to get something exclusively made or something like that. They can actually do something here if they want to. Or they can just keep on training stuff illegally and do it without consent. But I guess we'll see. And I think that's also what this lawsuit is going to be quite important for. Because I guess depending on what happens, these companies that do these AI things are going to have to either change course in how they operate and how they do certain things to kind of meet whatever the regulation is. And if that means giving consent, or if that means training on people's work but having consent first, I mean, I'll take it. But it would be even better if there can be some kind of, cooperation between the industries that they work in and the people in those industries, so that they, everybody benefits. That would be a much better thing. I mean, sure, there's always going to be difficulties with this, but that's also why this whole discussion is very important. Like, I'm not saying that I know the solution, by the way. I'm not saying that. Because this thing is, this stuff is really complicated, right? It's just like, it's not going to be easy to figure this out. But I think it's an interesting development, to say the least. And I'm definitely curious to see where this lawsuit is going to go. I need to pee, like we say in Dutch, I need to pee like a horse. I'm gonna go run downstairs real quick, and I'll be back in like a minute or two. One moment.
I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive.
I don't know, my streaming dashboard says 19. Got some lurkers in the stream, but that's fine, you know. Shout out to all my lurkers.
I was getting buried alive.
Maybe a bit busy here at the end. Let's see. Yeah. The winners will be those who master AI tools. I guess true, but then we will first have to see what those tools are going to look like, because the current tools are absolutely not what they should be. And I believe that the current tools are going to be completely different in like a couple of years. I don't think the way how we currently see these AI tools, especially in music, where it's literally just like, yo, here, it generates a full piece of music. I don't think we're going to see much of that in the future. Because that's probably the part that's going to be regulated the heaviest, you know? The part where it creates a full sort of like final piece that you can just be like, yo, hey, look, it creates a full piece of music. It might, but then only trained on stuff that, you know, at least that's what I think is going to happen, especially in the EU. I'm not sure if it's going to be the same in the US, but if the EU does so, then the US companies kind of have to adhere to that, so it's going to apply globally anyway. Otherwise, it's going to be an even bigger shit show. So it's going to be difficult. It's going to. I don't even know where it's going to end up, to be honest. But it's going to be weird. We'll see. But I do think there will be some form of regulation in the future on it, and that might make it difficult for models like that to exist. application where it assists in the creative process in a way. Although there is then always the argument, isn't the tool that generates a piece of music also assisting in that process? And that's also the thing that always the discussion that will then stay. And there will be people that be like, yeah, it does. And there will be people that say no. I personally don't think it does. Because I think it takes away the artistic process, the creative process. And then it becomes, I don't really think it's being creative anymore. You're just, yes, you're writing something and there is a little tiny bit of creativity involved with coming up with maybe a prompt and being like, okay, how can I tweak that to kind of, make the outcome better? But that has a lot more to do with language and vocabulary than it does with creativity, in my opinion. Like, you're not writing a novel or something, right? So let's not go too far and call it being artistic. But yeah, it's a tough one, honestly. But like, if something, like, I don't know, having something that like we already have things like AI tools in like mastering plugins, for instance, right? These AI assistant things in, for instance, Ozone and stuff like that. Sure, like stuff like that is definitely a good way, in my opinion, of having things applied. I would even say something that generates samples could be good. Like if you, for instance, have a plugin where you load up the plugin and you're like, man, I need some kind of a flute in this. And you'll be like, yo, give me some kind of a flute, blah, 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 blah. And it will give you a patch that sounds like that, right? Something like that could be cool. Because then it still gives you all the freedom to do with that whatever the hell you want, right? In terms of the arrangement, the melody, whatever. And it doesn't just spit out something to you. And even if it does spit out a sample, right? If it's just like a sample of like an instrument, that would be still different than having it spit out entire pieces of work. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. I do think there's a future for it though, and it can definitely make things, improve things, but at the moment, it's a big mess. And let's just not hope that it falls into the, well, not that I would support what I'm about to say, but I was gonna say, let's not hope that it falls into the same trap that NFTs and stuff fall, but I'm kind of glad that NFTs did, and just faded out of existence. But, that could also happen to AI, for instance, like that if it doesn't get handled the right way, it could also just completely end up being useless at some point. Vocals is I think a place where I will definitely be applied a lot. Not only in music, but also just in it's already being done a lot. You can see it on YouTube. There's entire channels being run by AI. Literally, just the scripts are being written by ChatGPT. The voices that you hear are AI voices that have been fed that script. The video is edited by AI. It's literally, there's no human interaction at all. Maybe the uploading is even done by by a script. I don't even know. And people watch it. That's the thing, right? So I think that's definitely a field, especially in like voices, is where it will be applied a lot. Probably also in translation. Translating of video and the voices within that video. That's probably also a field where it will be applied quite a bit. So if you're a translator, be prepared. But yeah, we'll only see more of that. But there's a good way to do it and a bad way to do it, right? You can take hours and hours of news anchor footage, right? And copy some and train a model on somebody's voice and be like, yo, I've got a news anchor voice. Use it. Pay me some money and use it. But you haven't gotten the consent of that person, right? But you can also say like, yo, I'm looking for people that do voice acting, that have good voices, and I want to pay you to train these models. And maybe even give them a commission for when somebody uses that model, right? then it's a completely different way. So it's gonna be interesting. Let's just keep it at that. Yeah, I mean, it's being done a lot. I mean, I see it as well. It's also happening on Spotify at the moment. Have you guys noticed? When you play music on Spotify, and I went to like play some playlist with like no, it wasn't a playlist. It was some like autoplay thing that I had on, and it was playing some drum and bass, and then it got to like some more unknown tracks with like a few hundred plays, and within a couple of tracks of that, I was getting some AI generated garbage, and it happened multiple times recently. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? It was like some vaguely drum and bass sounding stuff, but honestly, either the tempo was like definitely not 170-ish, it was more like 160 or something like that, and then like just some really garbage sounding drum and bass, basically. And I was like, what the fuck is this shit? And I went to my Spotify and was like, what is this? I've never heard of this artist. What the hell is this shit? And I was listening to it. This is just AI. This is just AI generated music. And I was like, okay, well, what the fuck? Goodbye. And I went on and played something else. And then a couple of days later, it happened again. And I was like, again? Another one of these AI generated things? And I'm like, what the hell? And I actually saw somebody on Spotify talking about this, or on Spotify, on Twitter, talking about the same thing. It wasn't about drum and bass, but he was talking about a different genre, like some like I think he was talking about tech house or something like that, and he was talking about the same thing where he had like a track that was like a series of tracks that were quite unknown, and then within a couple of tracks of that, he got like some AI generated stuff. Yeah, I mean, they're probably doing stuff with that. I mean, they've been quite open about it, that they are pro AI, and I mean, let's be honest, you just need to listen to what Daniel Ek is saying. Like, the stuff that man says, like, it's also hilarious the amount of fucking ratios he gets every time he says something on Twitter, but that's another story. He is so disconnected from what being an artist is, and he doesn't even know it himself. That's the beautiful thing. That's the best part of it, or in our case, the worst part of it, because it kind of affects everyone in the music industry at this point. But if you just read the things he says, like, what? That's literally the only sort of like reaction you can have to it. Like, what? Are you fucking stupid? But hey, what can you do? Like, he's the man behind Spotify, right? So, I mean, he isn't. He's just part of the people with the board, but there's people above him. Yeah, there's probably gonna be all kinds of weird shit happening in the future. It's gonna be interesting.
I was getting buried alive.
Okay, let's see. Let's try this out real quick. Okay, the snare check. The snare check. What the fuck am I saying? We don't have to duplicate it, I guess. And close this down. I should have just said channel, of course, but it's getting late. It's getting late. Let's just keep it at that. Let's maybe take a Valhalla room and group that. Wait. I am gonna make it on a separate channel because I want it to bleed into the next snare. So let's just do this and we'll just remove everything. And here, take a single snare, drop that there. And then we'll just chuck you on here. Let's just see how that sounds right away. Maybe a bit quieter. Nice. Kinda what it needed for that transition, honestly. I was like, it needs something. It needs a little extra thingy happening, just so that it doesn't sound too repetitive for the first moment, because then we don't have that reverb swell yet. I guess this works. Nice. Just a bit of reverb there. Should we do it again here? I mean, why not? Kinda works.
I was getting buried alive.
And not there, but let's try maybe doing it again there. Yeah, that drum roll, it's literally just a fill that I edited. I edited it a lot, actually. Mind you. If I do show in browser... Oh, I consolidated it. What is it called? Let me take the name of that. Let me find the original sample real quick. Oh, there we go. Drum fill 29. That was it. That was the original sample, and I turned that into that. Is that right? Not sure if that is right. That sounds more like it. That was the sample. But I think that's already an edited version, because I moved the notes around in here quite a bit. Because it didn't have that faster bit that I created here. And these were all a lot more apart. I took one of those fills, but it probably had a different name. I don't know. Just basically warped it with the beats warping mode. So we have the beats warping mode in here, as you can see. And I made sure that we have markers everywhere. And then I pitched it up a little. And I made them a bit shorter. And here I just basically took... See, I just had two of these and I just created like a little extra thing there. I just moved them closer together to create that section. Because this section basically is just two of those other ones. but then slightly quicker. See, and that's just, we do this, we can do that, and then see, that's just one of these, and just made them a little bit shorter, and then gave it this little fade thing, so you get that kind of effect. And then the last one is a bit of a tom, so you get that. Was that an AI effects? No. This was just a drum sample. I actually started it with this drum sample. That's the first thing that I did in this project. I was like, I need something to start the drop. Let's find a drum fill. And I found that one. I was like, oh, I can edit that one. You can already hear that last tom is in there. And then those couple of snares. So yeah, I just took that. And here it's a little bit shorter, actually. I took, I added it a little bit. If we go here, I think it's slightly longer. So here we have 4 snare hits and then a tom. And I believe here it's 3. Or 2, actually. See, so there's, it was from here. Is that right? From here? Yeah. It was like this. I just took that, just to make it a bit shorter there for some reason. Let's maybe make the reverb play a little bit louder. See? What if we do... I'm gonna try something out real quick. This could be really weird, but might sound cool. Try a big pre-delay on that reverb. Kinda cool. What if we do that and then give it a bigger early size so that the attack gets a bit so like slower? Maybe bring that down a bit. It works. No, it's fine. I'm thinking like something in here in the background coming in, probably here. Let's see. I'm gonna use a contact probably, so we can just quickly swap out for some different types of sounds if we want to try out a couple of different things. Like, we could also take a synth, but then we also have to do, you know, like completely change the patch, and it takes more time. So it might be nicer if we just, I don't know, maybe we'll grab some long horns. And we'll reverb the hell out of this. A vintage verb. Palace. And let me this one. Bring it up already for now so that we can hear what we're doing. Let's see,
I was getting buried alive.
Probably want something different than brass, to be honest, but let's see. We want B? No. Probably a G. And then probably with strings or something. Perhaps some, yeah, maybe some violins. That'll probably work. Something soft. That. I know that it's too much here, but I'm gonna turn it into a bit of a sort of like a layer that we can use. Maybe it needs to go even higher. And it kind of wants maybe. What if we do G and F sharp? Bit much.
I was getting buried.
Let's see what we get if we do. Come on. Where's the grid size? There. Why can't you just drag that?
I was getting buried alive.
Where is it? this one, if we set it to exactly 50%, should get a lower octave. I'm correct, yeah. Let's just move this up a bit more, and then we'll do that. Infiltrate is actually such a good plugin. I need to use it more. This may be something for here, actually, for here. Like we had all these things, but maybe make that thing work in the intro as well. Something like that. Gets a bit weird. I'll see. Maybe that'll work, maybe not. Let's see what we were doing. I can also maybe take the erosion out here. See what happens if we do that. Also, didn't bring this part back, but whatever. Let's just take all of that out. Because that erosion isn't really needed here, I guess. More for the drop. Give it some extra noise every now and then.
I was getting buried alive.
Once something there. Hearing something. Let's see. We'll grab a synth for this one. What is that note? Oh. Right. Exactly. Like I thought. We just need a little burst of that note. And we'll, let's just do that. That should do. And then let's grab a gigantic reverb. Well, maybe not gigantic, but a decent sized reverb. Let's just go for the palace one, because why not? Sounds cool. Longer. And let's make you go like that. Maybe we'll grab 2. Maybe.
I was getting buried alive.
Just something there to kind of give it that little bit extra halfway, but let's see if this works. Something like that could work. We'll try. Well, maybe that one could work.
I was getting buried alive.
Out. And it needs to be adjusted anyway because the reverb makes it come in too late. Can we maybe put something in like that? Try something else here. So sure. And we'll not use that. Oh, not use that. But we'll chuck you on here. See what we get. No, it's 2. Maybe that's a nice tone. Let's just quickly freeze this so that we have that. so that we can also see that, and I guess do that. Let's see how that sits in there.
I was getting buried alive.
Probably needs to be pretty subtle, but maybe we'll even filter it some more. We have quite a lot still to work with, so we could maybe find like maybe even go somewhere like a really thin bend or something. That could also work. It becomes really subtle, but it sounds kind of cool. You can also boost it a bit if you want. Give it a bit more attack. Just something subtle, you know, to kind of fill out the background a bit. Not sure if this is it, but kind of does the job at the moment.
I was getting buried alive.
Could also maybe add a bit of auto pen to it.
I was getting buried alive.
Maybe that's weird. Not sure about the auto pen. Maybe just really subtle. Not sure if we need it again here, but kind of don't. I guess because we already have more other stuff happening there.
I was getting buried alive.
Maybe we just need something else here, like another reverb sound or something. Yeah, like maybe just let's just chuck another drum sound in here, something that we can put some reverb on. Let's see. Percussion. Sure. Let's grab that reverb from this one. That's a bit much. Why am I hearing you still so much? Not that it matters, we can resample you, but... Yeah, something really subtle like that could work pretty well. Just some noise, reverb kind of sound. I mean, we've got a tune on our hands here, that's for sure. Somebody said something about a tape stop on the vocal. Maybe on this vocal right here could be cool. I mean, we could try it out at least. Let's see. Where did I put that? Here? Yeah. Somewhere there. Let's see where.
I was getting buried alive.
Thank you for the idea. That worked pretty well.
I was getting buried. I was getting buried alive.
I'm kind of sort of like thinking, what if we do something like that, and then you do that. I wanna, just for shits and giggles, let's bring the vocal in for a moment. We need to vibe out. Let's do that.
I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive. Heard the dirt hit the coffin top. I barely survived, but I broke through my grave, ripped the pine box cell apart, head first yelling maggot brain.
Bit much with the lead. Let's oh, I have an idea. What if we bring you in here? Let's we're obviously not going to be allowed to use this vocal, but I can replace it later. Something else.
I was getting buried alive. Heard the dirt hit the coffin top. I barely.
It's out of time.
I was getting buried alive. Heard the dirt hit the coffin top.
It's fucking out of time. Why is it out of time? Eh?
Heard the dirt hit the coffin top.
Why is it?
Dirt hit the coffin top. I barely survived.
Sounds like it's in the wrong tempo, but it's not. Just off.
I was getting buried alive. Heard the dirt hit the coffin top. I barely survived. But I broke through my grave. Ripped the pine box cell apart. Head first yelling maggot brain. Funkadelic art.
Though it does kind of feel like it's maybe slightly off, but who cares?
I was getting buried alive. Heard the dirt hit the coffin top. I barely survived. But I broke through my grave. Ripped the pine box cell apart. Head first yelling maggot brain. Funkadelic art. There is a dark side fair where the friends flock. Hitchcock, same bird scatter when the end stop. Couple let their guards down. Figured it was done for certain. Talking about it's time to pull the plug and close. It's time to pull the plug and close the curtain. Down, figured it was done for certain. Talking about it's time to pull the plug and close the curtain. I was getting buried alive. Heard the dirt hit the coffin top. I barely survived. But I broke through my grave. Ripped the pine box cell apart. Head first yelling maggot brain. Funkadelic art. There is a dark side fair where the friends flock. Hitchcock, same bird scatter.
I mean, it kind of works with a vocal too.
Couple let their guards down. Figured it was done for certain. Talking about it's time to pull the plug and close the curtain.
Maybe a bit of a less busy vocal would be nicer though, but
I was getting buried alive.
right? Like something that is not as full as this, but still. Could have a vocalist on that.
I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive. Heard the dirt hit the coffin top. I barely survived. But I broke through my grave. Ripped the pine box cell apart. Head first yelling maggot brain. Funkadelic art.
Probably not good to do that. Probably better to just do that. The automation, so we can just move this.
Eyes wide, bug like holy leaping Lazarus. I thought that y'all were never mind. Material still hazardous, hazmat, clutching their chest like asthmatics.
That fucking line is so fucking sick.
Hazardous, hazmat, clutching their chest like asthmatics. From mathematics, a natural dash of black magic. So
That fucking phrase is so good.
eyes wide, bug like holy leaping Lazarus. I thought that y'all were never mind. Material still hazardous, hazmat, clutching their chest like asthmatics. From mathematics, a natural dash of black magic. Salute to new voices, flexing
good
power,
line.
advancing the balance of modern branded versus classic sound clashing. Took heavy fire, survived the crash landing. Smiled and walked away from the wreckage, the last standing.
That also ends so fucking good. That end is fits so well.
Eyes wide, bug like.
So it's a bit weird, but like,
Eyes wide, bug like holy leaping Lazarus. I thought that y'all were never mind. Material still hazardous, hazmat, clutching their chest like asthmatics. From mathematics, a natural dash of black magic. Salute to new voices, flexing power, advancing the balance of modern branded versus classic sound clashing. Took heavy fire, survived the crash landing. Smiled and walked away from the wreckage, the last standing.
that worked really well.
Away from the wreckage, the last standing.
Yeah, I could go so many directions with that. Honestly.
I was getting buried.
Come on. Yeah. Come on, give me the hand. There we go.
I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive.
And if we use this tiny bit of a vocal, we might be able to get away with it. That's another thing.
I was getting buried alive.
I'm gonna quit soon as well. It's 1:30 a.m. here, so. But we've made some progress. Still not entirely happy with this sound though, but something like that is what we need. What? Maybe if we... What if we take that and pitch it down a couple of semitones? That should bring the tone down a bit. And then maybe bring this down a bit as well. Maybe even lower. It wants something around here, I think, like that. But then we need a different sound because this is too high, noisy. But we can have something like that and just make it quieter. You will be off to Reason soon. You're getting inspired. I always have that when I listen to live sets. I'll be listening to like a live set and then I'll always get inspiration to work on music. Which is also why I usually put up a live set before I do a live stream. I can say one thing though, and I don't want to toot my own horn, but I think I'm figuring out minimal drum and bass, or at least more minimalistic drum and bass. Something that I've said I wanted to learn for so long but never could, and I think I'm getting somewhere. And that's nice because that kind of drum and bass is actually the type of drum and bass that I like a lot. Like, I like more minimalistic drum and bass a lot, actually. But I always struggle with it. It's deep, yeah, deep, more minimal, whatever. It's definitely more minimal than what I normally make. Or what I normally try to make, if you get what I mean. It's definitely deeper, but I like that. Those little reverb sounds work very well, actually. I do think we might want to have like some more, just some subtle sweeps in the background. I might have something that we can use. Go. Ooh, damn. Let's go here. I have a folder called Paul Stretch, and in there is just ambient sounds from like city stuff. Ran through Paul Stretch, so you get long, noisy stuff. That one is pretty quiet, but let's just bring one in. And it's literally just really long, sort of like atmosphere kind of sounding. You kind of still hear the car sound in it. But like these sounds are perfect, I guess, for filling stuff up. Yeah, I just took like a bunch of videos of people walking around cities. I think I took like Japanese cities, and I think there were some Chinese cities, and just people walking around filming stuff. And just chucked that into Pulse Stretch, stretched it out 16 times the original length, and just exported a couple of files. And as you can see, they're really long. But you get all those kind of tones. Right? There's some resonant tones. Some more like rumbly stuff. And it all sort of evolves. Here, there's maybe some crickets by the sounds of it. Would make sense. Loads of crickets in Japan. Yeah, definitely crickets. But yeah, like stuff like that can be nice to fill out the background of tracks. You can make stuff like that yourself really easily. Just take Pulse Stretch and take a couple of videos from YouTube and just chuck them in there and just export it. That's literally all you have to do. So we can just take a piece and just move that somewhere. And just start adding bits and pieces here and there. See, and obviously this is way too loud, but I probably want to use it to feed into like one of the snares or something. Just subtle stuff. Add some other sections. Now some of them might be a bit of a tone in there because some of them are resonant, of course, so then we might want to pitch it, but let's just that. See, there's a clear tone in there. It's probably atonal as fuck, but still.
I was getting buried alive.
Could even just do this. Turn this into like, if you put a shit ton of reverb on it, you can make this into like sweeps as well, but kind of cool having like, and then some other sound filling up that gap. That's kind of nice as well, but I do think then we want a bit of a different sound because I feel like this has too much high end. Or we change this one. But yeah, like subtle sounds like that is definitely what this kind of drum and bass really needs to make things sound cool enough. That's the one thing I always struggled with minimal drum and bass. It's like I always end up adding too much stuff, and then I end up adding too much processing on everything. It gets too heavy, and then before you know it, your bass has a ton of mid-range, and it's not deep drum and bass anymore, right? Whereas it just usually needs to be a lot more subtle. And I guess
getting buried alive.
I guess getting the balance of that right is the toughest part.
I was getting buried alive.
Okay, so here on the first one, I think we can add another one. But this time more like a down sweep. Let's grab a piece. And I'm just gonna make that quite long, I guess. We'll just do that, that. Move it somewhere else.
I was getting buried alive.
Ooh. That's resonant. Damn. Like a stopping train or something. We can find something more. Maybe like that. And also make sure that this has a bit of back. That probably works. Josephia, have a good one. I'm gonna call it quits in just a few minutes probably, but wanna add a few of these effect sounds.
I was getting buried alive.
That's alright. Maybe we'll swap it out for a different sample real quick. Just work a different sample in here. And we get a whole bunch of other ones. That's kind of nice. And then maybe just boost the high end a bit on this. And decrease this a bit. What if we automate this position?
I was getting buried alive.
Sure. And then I'll add a bit of reverb to it. Just a bit of a shimmer probably. So give it a bit of this, no shift, bit of feedback. Just give it a bit of an extra till, maybe a bit that. We can do that, or we can just put this in front of here. But then it also responds to the full spectrum, so let's not do that. And let's just add another EQ for the high pass, I guess. Just make sure we don't get any low end from the reverb.
I was getting buried alive.
Probably be a little bit louder. Use the utility. Yo, Greedo.
I was getting buried alive.
Later. And maybe it can go down a bit quicker here.
I was getting buried alive.
Decent. Probably wants a bigger thing, so like slightly building up in the background here, but I'm not sure what yet. I'm probably gonna have to make something, but can't be asked right now. So maybe here. Wait. Didn't we have a vocal there? Oh no, we don't. We have it here.
I was getting buried alive. Eyes wide, bug like holy leaping Lazarus. I thought that y'all would never mind. Material still hazardous.
It's off.
Eyes wide, bug like holy leaping Lazarus. I thought that y'all would never mind. Material still hazardous. Hazmat clutching it. This hazmat clutching their chest like asthmatics from mathematics and that.
It's too much with the vocal anyway. Let's move away. But I do think we could maybe have a little extra vocal thing.
I was getting buried alive.
See if we can find a little piece.
Eyes wide, bug like holy leaping Lazarus. I thought that y'all would never mind. Material still hazardous. Hazmat clutching their chest like asthmatics from mathematics. A natural dash of black magic. Salute to new voices flexing power, advancing the balance. A modern branded versus classic sound clashing. Took heavy fire, survived the crash landing. Smiled and walked away from the wreckage, the last standing. I was getting buried alive. I was getting buried alive. Heard the dirt hit the coffin top. I barely survived, but I broke through my grave, ripped the pine box, cell apart. Head first yelling, maggot brain, funkadelic art. There is a dark side, fair weather friends flock. Hitchcock, same birds scatter when the end stop. Couple let their guards down, figured it was done for certain. Talking about it's time to pull the plug and close it. Certain talking about talking about. I was getting buried alive. Talking about. Talking about. Talking about. Talking about. Talking about. Talking about. Talking about.
I mean, honestly, that kind of works.
I was getting buried alive. Talking about. Talking about.
Hey, that kind of works as well.
Talking about. Talking about. Talking about.
You can kind of maybe use that in a section somewhere to kind of maybe here. Maybe not in this area, but maybe in there then, and then for like the second build, I guess, or the second drop.
Talking about.
Ooh, then we get.
Talking about. I was getting buried alive.
Okay, that's kind of weird. I thought maybe that could be a phrase, but no. Let's move you down here. Maybe we'll use you at some point, maybe not. I'm gonna stop streaming. It's almost 2 a.m. and we've made plenty of progress on this. I actually really like this one. Let's have a little look at what it looks like. Open up this one. Maybe we'll give it a bit of a nicer looking color because this one looks like ass. There we go. So, yeah, made a lot of progress on this today. More than I actually hoped. I said like, if I can just at least figure out maybe the drop, that would be nice, but we're actually getting a bit of the rest also already, so that's nice. Yeah, I'll see what we'll do next week. Not sure if we're gonna be working on this one, because I have a feeling that this one might be close to done by that point. So, maybe I'll have to come up with another idea that we can make for next week. Yeah, hey, if you have any questions to anybody, by the way, if you have any questions during these streams, just put them in the chat, and if I have time to answer them, then I'll answer them. Don't worry, you can ask whatever you want, and yeah, you know, it's what we do here. So kind of what I like to do is just make music and I guess teach you all a little bit about it when I'm at it. I'm gonna be in the Discord, so if you're not a member of the Discord, join the Discord. Link is in the description. And if you want to support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/artifacts. Links to everything is in the description, so just check that out. On Patreon, I drop sample packs, wavetables, presets, all kinds of stuff, basically. So if you want to get some stuff, then that's where you can find it. Lots of like samples for drum and bass and stuff like that. So, anyways, thanks for being here. I will be back next week around 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time on Friday. And like I said, I'll be in the Discord, so if you just have some questions, then you can also drop them there and I'll answer them there. But if not, then I will hope to see you all again next week. Peace.
I was getting buried alive.